Hello, welcome to Rob's Gaming Table. I'm Mel, and today I'm going to be painting some of the miniatures from Lord of the Rings, Journeys in Middle-earth, Spreading War expansion. And to do that, I'm going to be using the new Army Painter Speedpaint paints. Full disclosure, Army Painter did send us these speed paints ahead of their release, so they're actually coming out February 19th. So I will be painting with these. Again, they did send them to me, but I'm not being paid for this video and I'm not sending it to them in advance. So all of the thoughts on these paints are my own. And I want to show you how they work on minis from Lord of the Rings. I thought that would be a good place to start because that was one of the games that I wanted to paint. Like you guys, you probably have a bunch of games in your collection that are sitting there waiting to be painted. This is one of them for us, and these paints are supposed to speed up the process. So I am really hoping that they do as intended of getting games table ready. Again, these are not the kind of paints that you're going to use if you're trying to win awards or looking under a magnifying glass. These are table ready minis, so you're slapping one base coat on. This is going to do the wash, the highlight, the base coat all in one. So this is supposed to save a lot of time in painting. So I'm really excited to show you. I did do a few test minis just so I could see how the colors looked, and I can show you those test minis, and then we can kind of just work through some of the minis, and I can show you from start to finish because it's one coat. So they will dry and they will be table ready. Now you can, if you want, you can do some finishing touches, like you can do buckles on the belts and things if you want, but technically they are table ready and you can just start playing. So, I mean, how great is it that you could get a game, prime a game, and in a weekend you can quickly paint it up and play it. That is pretty awesome. So I'm excited, very excited for these speed paints. Hello, hello. I'm just gonna quickly say hello to everybody in the chat. And anybody watching later, hello, hello. I'm really excited to show you these. From my testing of them, I am very impressed and very excited to continue using them and see what we can do with them. So what I'll do right now is I'll show you, and we'll talk about the speed paints in general, and then I'll start painting with them and you can see them in action. Let's go. So this is the Army Painter website. This is their Speed Paint starter set. So this is the set that Army Painter did send me. This comes out February 19th. It is about $45, it is $45 US. Works out to about $4.50 for a bottle, which I think is pretty good, especially if it's an all-in-one. So you don't need to wash, you don't need to do anything else. So this is just one bottle, will do it all. I'll just quickly go through some of, where's my, sorry. So I just want to show you some of their, oh, no, that's the right thing. Huh. So as they say, one coat and you're done. They're table ready. You can start playing with your friends for game night, which is awesome. So the set itself does come with one brush, and it comes with all of the colors that you can see here. So it's kind of a variety of colors that you would need, your basic colors that you would use for painting. This is just showing you some examples of what it's supposed to look like once it's done. So you can see how it's filling in the recesses with shadows and it's kind of highlighting it all by itself. We'll test that out, obviously, today. The dropper bottles, I love dropper bottles. You can control how much of the paint comes out, which is awesome. This is really cool. So Army Painter recommends that you use these paints on matte white primer, which is what we did. So Rob primed all of these with the Army Painter matte white. And then this just shows you here how you can get a different variation if you prime with a different color. So obviously if you use the necrotic flesh or the demonic yellow, it will change the color that it'll end up like. So they suggest matte white, but as you guys know, with painting is all about experimenting. You can do whatever you want and just see what happens, which is really cool. And then this is just some more pictures. Okay, so that is pretty cool. So again, let's go So again, this set is pre-orderable on the Army Painter website. It is, again, $45 US for 10 paints and a brush. This is like your starter set. They do have a mega set that will be coming out late March. That has more variety of shades, and it also includes a Speedpaint medium. So you can use that in place of water to thin down the paints. These paints are specialty formulated. I don't know all the background of the chemistry and everything that's in them, but they provide that in the mega set, so you can use that to thin them down a little bit if you wanted to use them in different shades or maybe as a wash as opposed to the actual color. So yeah, I think that's good. I'm just going to quickly look and see if there's any questions so far. Hello to everyone. Okay, looks like we're all good. So what I'll do is I'll show you first the test minis that I painted, and I'll show you the actual Speedpaint starter set, and then we'll just start painting with them and you guys can see them in action. Okay, so this is the Speedpaint starter set. Oh, I did actually take the brush out, so that is the brush that comes with it. So if anyone's curious and does use Army Painter brushes, it does come with the monster brush. That's the brush that's included. And I did open this and obviously experiment with them. You can see a little bit. Oh, one thing I did forget to mention is that these bottles all come with 2 mixing balls already included. So you do not need to add them yourself, which is great. So this is how it comes. Your 10 paints you have in a nice little set. I'm just going to throw this off to the side. Actually, I'm just going to quickly pop them out and put them. It'll be easier for me. So again, they have the mixing balls already inside. I don't know if you can hear them. They put 2 in each one. That will help you to mix the paints as intended. Okay. Actually, I can probably, oh, no. You know what I'll do? When I start opening them and using them in my wet palette, I will put them off to the side. New sub, our channel, welcome. Thank you, thank you. So again, for wet palette, I am using a AK wet palette. Again, it's just, you'll see it's just, don't mind the dirtiness. It's just sponges in there, and then you put your parchment paper over top, and that keeps the paint from drying out. So you can use it. Mine comes with a little cover, so you can cover it in between uses. So if you're painting, let's say, an army set, you have the colors, especially too if you are mixing colors and making your own colors, you have it, it'll stay good for a few days, and then you can come back to it so you don't have to try to formulate that mixture that you did again. So I just want to show you some of my test minis. I'm going to put them on here because it'll be easier for me to show you. So these ones I did just because I wanted to test out and see the colors and how they worked and what they looked like. One thing to note is the colors in the bottle. These ones are the best. This is the best example, I think. These two. The colors in the bottle can be deceiving. So, for example, this is Zealot Yellow. It's, I think, similar to Demonic Yellow in the Army Painter War Paints line. If you were to look at that just in the bottle, you may not think that that's the color that's inside. So it's very deceiving. But so I wanted to see what they look like because I thought, oh, this doesn't look yellow to me at all. But it did come out yellow. I was surprised. So the formulation of it, whatever they do. One other thing is some of them are very similar in color. Yeah, this one again. This is the Crusader Skin. So it's kind of similar in color. Once you put this on your wet palette, for me, I was forgetting which one was which. So I had to kind of put the bottles in certain placements near my wet palette so I could remember what color was which, just because when you look at them like this, they're kind of similar in color. Not a bad thing, but just one of the things that I noticed when using them in my testing. And I can show you that when we put them on the wet palette as well. So this, I'll just show you some examples. So again, this is just primed with matte white primer and then just one base coat. And that's it. I've done nothing else. I've done no dry brushing, no highlighting, no touch up, no anything. I do plan to just add a few little touches maybe to the eyes and things like that. Oh, the only other thing, sorry, I did do the teeth. So this was done with the Grave Lord Gray, Grave Lord Gray, and then a pallid bone on the rock, and then the blood red inside the mouth. And again, this is just one base coat, and we're gonna do this again to show you. And you can just see how it highlights it perfectly. It inside all the lines, you see the darkened, you see where some of the edges where it's kind of lighter on the flatter surfaces. Inside all the scales, you can see all of that highlight by itself. Inside the rib cage, you can see. So again, this was one coat very quickly, and that was how it turned out. To me, this is 100% table ready. You could just start playing with it. You don't need to do anything else. Now you can, if you want, you can do some highlighting, you can do some dry brushing, you can put washes over top if you wanted in certain areas for a more defined wash. Again, this guy, again, is matte white primer in just one coat of the different colors. I was just testing out some of the different colors, the yellows and oranges, and again, with the only difference being that the white, I did do the teeth because they don't have a white in my set. And again, this is table ready, and this looks awesome. I was so blown away by how this looked. I love how it just fills in the recesses. You can see even around the face and the muscles of the goblin or whoever this guy is. Yeah, in the fur. And again, you can do some dry brushing if you want to even more accentuate that. But to me, it looks awesome. Again, and that's one coat of the different colors. This is the soldier. Again, for this guy, I might do some detailing on some, like maybe some edge highlighting, or even like around the buckle of the jacket, things like that. But this looks great and can easily be table ready. I did these 4 minis in about, it was probably about 2 hours, but again, that was experimenting and trying different things. And I did try a few things and then quickly wipe them off and try again, because I wanted to see how the colors looked. Again, a little more detailing I'd probably want. The only thing that I noticed for this is the green was a little bit dark for what I chose to use this for. So I was kind of like, ooh. But we're going to experiment today and see if we can change up some of the colors. Again, this is only one coat of all of the different colors, just to see how they lay on the mini, how they fall into the recesses, and how it works. And I was very, very impressed. Very impressed so far with the results. I'm very happy, would be very happy to play with these on the table. So I think we're good to go, unless anyone has any questions or anything about them so far that you need answers to. I think I want to start with these Felbies because I felt like it was the perfect way to show off this product. I just have these Citadel stands. That one is not in right. Tara says, yes, agreed, they look good. Thank you, Tara, thank you. I think it's a good place as well for maybe people that are starting out, because one thing, and I think anybody that has watched other paint videos that I've done know that one of the biggest things I have a problem with is trying to figure out what color I need to do a wash with. That was one of the things that I'm always asking every stream of certain colors like yellows, light blues, whites even too. Sometimes whites, I don't want them to look brown or dirty. You want them to look very bright white. And I never knew what color I was supposed to prime with or wash with. So I would always ask on chat what colors. But these, they do it all in one. So you don't even have to worry about that. You want the stands that I use? These are, oh, that one doesn't even, this one is, I've worn off the label. These are, oh, and that one as well. I think this is my newest one. These are just the Citadel color stands, but I think all different companies make them. I also have a larger one as well for doing larger minis. So maybe, for example, like the elephant or Oliphant. And these things, we can use the bigger stand. I don't know if they'll fit in the smaller stands. But I have a bigger one as well. So currently I have 3 of these size and 1 of the bigger ones. Robert says, no offense, but the color on the soldier makes him look like a spaceman, in my opinion. No, you know what? Honestly, I don't know that I love the color, and I might still fix the color. I'm not sure. Yeah. Initially, I was trying out, and I wanted to try all the different colors. The only color I have not tried in these 4 minis out of the 10 that I was sent is the Hive Dweller purple. This is the only color that I obviously didn't have any reason to use a purple, but it doesn't look 100%. So we may try a different color on. I still have 1, 2, 3. There's still 4 more of them, so we could try a different color maybe on a different one and see. But yeah, it maybe looks a little strange it maybe doesn't fit with the theme. So I'll see if I can fix it. But yeah. The try are funny. Okay, so we're gonna do the Gravelord Gray. And I'm just gonna put a little bit more because we're going to do both these fell beasts in this color. So I'm going to use the Army Painter Monster Brush for this. It is a bigger brush, which is great. I'm going to put one off to the side just so that we can see. And I'm going to start from the back. And I'm just going to start at the top and brush it all the way down. And you want to give a generous coat so that it can fill in everywhere it's supposed to. And what's good is you can just be quick, you can be messy, and it's just going to do its thing. You can fix anything too if you think it's pooling too much in one area. You can fix it, but for me, I wanted to use these just as is and kind of see how it looked when it was dry. And you can see that's just with one coat so far that you can see that it's filling in between all the lines. And you can see in some of the flatter areas that it's a little bit lighter, which is exactly what you would want. One thing I've noticed in my testing of these is if you want to go over with another coat or fix anything that you notice later, you want to let it dry before you do that. I think that when you use it again and it's wet, the undercoat is still wet, it leaves some interesting lines that I was not too happy with. And I think that's just reactivating the speed paint. So you want to let it dry before any second coats or any touch-ups or anything like that. Done pretty much like the back of this mini. I'm just gonna clean up some of that. Yeah, so we've done pretty much the back of that mini in like, I don't know how many minutes that was, but that was pretty quick. Makes it look easy. Yeah, exactly. These paints do make it look really easy, which is why I think that they may be really good for someone that's just getting into painting, as it does a lot of the steps for you. It does the washing, it does the highlighting for you. I'm going to go carefully. Oh, well, I think that's okay. I was going to say I was going to go carefully around the mouth because I'm going to do the mouth in a different color. And you just want to give a generous coat so that it can fill in everywhere it's supposed to. And then you don't have to go back and touch it up. I'm a pretty slow painter, and I feel that these are going to be a huge help in getting games to the table for us faster and having table ready minis in, you know, a weekend instead of it take me maybe like a month to paint a game. Maybe I can have them done a lot faster, which then we can bring them to the channel faster. So far, that's what he's looking like. And this is again just one coat of the Gravelord Gray. I really think these paints are going to help us get through the backlog of games I need to paint. I'm just going to use a smaller brush around the face because I want to just be a little bit more precise. And just do the bottom half, his legs and tail. Another thing with these paints that I've noticed if you're using them is if you're using, they don't work the same as regular paints. Obviously, pigment-wise, they're very different. If you're using, let's say, a dark, so I'm using this gray, this Gravelord gray, if I get any on, let's say, the rock, and I don't want that, I'm not using that color, I'm using a lighter color, so I think I'm going to be using the Pallid Bone for the rock. This is a much lighter color. It will not cover that black spot if I accidentally touch it. So what you need to do, and what I've done in testing, is you need to take a white paint, and you need to go over that little spot with a white paint again before you cover it, because it's not going to cover the same as it would for regular paints. So with regular paints, if you make a mistake, you can just paint over it, and 90%, like probably 99% of the time, your color is going to cover it. It's not the same with these kind of paints. So when you're painting something, let's say, for example, this guy, where I had more colors going on, if I colored outside the line, I had to kind of go back with a white paint first and fix up any mistakes before I went over. So when you're doing just these big guys where it's kind of all one, you can be a lot more messy and you don't really have to take care of what you're doing. But when you're doing more of the finer details, you have to be a little bit more careful when coloring inside the lines. It's not as easy to fix as it is with regular paints. But I have noticed if you put a color on and you maybe don't like it, you can easily, the same way with paints, where you wet your paintbrush and go over it with just water until it comes clear. And you can get rid of the paint, this as well, just the same way. So if I make any mistakes, I'll show you that with using just, I have a, here I have a matte white from the War Paints line that I'll use to fix any mistakes. It's the same color that I use for the teeth in anything that has teeth as well. I guess I can. Oh. Hands are a little bit shaking this morning. So he's done. The body. Oh, maybe just some underneath. One sec. Yep, so the base of him is done. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just kind of leave him to the side. I'm going to bring the other one on and I'm going to quickly do the other one so I can keep the colors the same. I have this out. I'll just use it while I'm doing it. So you can just leave this to the side here. You can watch him dry and we'll bring him back in a second when we do the rock and you can see. Oh, Dan, you're funny. You could have Rob lick it clean. No. We don't need Rob eating paint. It's not a good thing. Oh, Spencer says, I need to quit being lazy and finish my Journeys to Middle Earth minis. So you can table it. Yep. And that's why I really like these paints so far from what they're just so fast. They're so fast. And LOTR Gaming, hello. Yes, there is also the option of using the zenithal. We have not tested that. I wanted to test these using the matte white primer because that is how Army Painter kind of suggested, kind of how they recommend. But again, like we were talking about earlier, in painting is all about experimenting, trying different things. So I do want to try it with the zenithal. Maybe the next batch that Rob primes will do some of those so we can also see what that looks like and how it can darken some of the shadows even more, which will look really nice. So I'll definitely try to do a stream where we have some with zenithal priming so you can see how these react to that and how they look. But again, painting, that's what's fun about painting your minis. It's all about experimenting, trying new things. If you don't like it, you can paint over a lot of things. Brian says, just a note, be careful on the wet palette as the water can affect how they work. I use them in my testing. I use them on the wet palette. I don't know. Yeah, it can affect. I am sure it can affect how they work, which is why they specifically are making the Speedpaint medium, so you don't thin them down with water. You thin them down with paint. In my testing, this is using the same wet palette, so to me, I didn't really notice, but I can try it on a dry palette and we can see if there's any difference in the colors and how they come out. Yeah, because there is different chemistry behind how they make these to be able to be a wash, highlight, and everything all in one. And you can already see this one is starting to dry. Even you can see the wing that I did first, which is awesome. Honestly, I like the wet palette because when you're done, you can just take the parchment out and throw it in the garbage. You don't have to clean your dry palettes. Don't have too much experience with the contrast paints either. I don't own any of the other contrast paints that these are being compared to. I did kind of try to make my own every now and again, but now after using these, I don't think I would ever use contrast paints because I currently love these. And I'm super excited. They have another set, a mega set that's also coming in late March. It's going to have a lot more shades and colors, so I'm excited to eventually get that as well. Getting it on me. Just gonna read some of the chat and have a drink for a minute. Oh, sorry. Bob is saying for the new painters in the chat, can you explain what zenithal is? So zenithal priming is when you prime your minis in black first, and then you take a matte white, and from the high points, you're going to prime with white over top so that it's going to hit all the places that light would hit. So you don't want it to go under, you want it to go from the top. And you're just gonna prime the white over top of that. I'm getting this all over me. That will give a nice shadows to the under parts of the minis as well. And I think will look nice with the speed paints as the speed paints go into the shadows and maybe darken them even more. But we'll try that in another stream. Bob, are you a noob painter? I thought you've been painting for a while. Or maybe you're just asking for the noobs, which is nice of you. Okay, I'm just gonna take my smaller brush to go around the face. Okay, and just quickly looking. Oh, if I missed anything under. All right. Oh, thank you. Okay. I can try some on this too. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so Rob brought down my dry palette as well. So we can use both. How long is the drying process? Well, I think these dry pretty quickly. This one is the first one that I did. I mean, I've been streaming for 45 minutes, but let's say 30 minutes of painting, let's say. And this one is 90% dry. You can see in the where it's like puddled more and there's more deeper recesses. Those are still very wet. You can see that. But for the majority of it, it's dry. So, but you can see again, like you can see this puddle or pooled up paint there that obviously is still wet. And it's maybe been 20 minutes, let's say, maybe 20 minutes. So I think they do dry pretty quickly. Ultraviolet, you are totally on time. So I'm going to use this blood red, and we will do just quickly inside the mouth. Let's try this for today and see. There's some. I'm going to do the whole mouth like this, and then I'll just go back with the white over the teeth. Don't forget the tail. Did I not do the tail? You're right, I did not. Thank you, thank you. I will go back and do that. I would have noticed that when I went to do the rock. Great. Go back and fix that tail that I missed. James said hairdryer set on low works great on paint like this, even if it pools and dries so quickly. I do have a fan off to the side that I can, but I wanted to just kind of leave these on so you can kind of like see them drying. I think I can probably move these guys off if you have other guys on right now, but just so you can kind of see them in process drying. But as we do others, we can put them off to the side. Which one was it? This one. Okay, that just stopped. That's funny. Okay, and then I'm going to do, to keep him very similar to this guy, I'm going to use the pallid bone as the rock. Yeah. And then something that I was talking about earlier about when you're using these, sometimes it's hard, I guess for this one you can tell, but sometimes it's hard to tell the colors of them. But I think this one actually, oh, I think I need more than that. This is probably not the best example. Very quickly, I'm just going to, or I can show you either way, like see where I have some black spots on the rock? I can show you how it doesn't really cover. That one's good. Yeah. And then I can fix it after. I need a bigger brush. Maybe we might have to wait for that to dry for you to be able to see how you can still kind of see through. I like the look of this on the rocks. Just to be different. I usually do my rocks in a gray, but with this miniature being gray, just to give some contrast to the mini, wanted to do more of a, I guess, like a sand color. Also, I only do have 10 colors, so I am limited in what colors I have until I can get the mega set. So I'm just using what I have and trying to make it work with what I have for now. Oh, Dan, you're funny. Choking on my tea. Excuse me. Ultraviolet says, I've been hearing that this paint has a gel-like consistency. To me, I think that it has the consistency of a wash. That's that is what I see from it. But again, this is kind of just to show you the consistency of it. It is very much like a wash. Or like a thinned down paint. If you were to add water to your paint, kind of gives me that consistency. I don't really see a gel consistency, but maybe if it wasn't mixed thoroughly. I do like the color coverage, though, of these paints. I thought they would act more like a wash, but the pigments are very nice, very bright. Let's rock on this one. So these guys, these two are pretty much done with. Maybe I'm going to do some finishing touches. Obviously, we'll do some basing in the teeth, and maybe I'll do an eye, something in the eye. And then the talons I'll probably do as well. But these guys are ready. I'm just going to those off. Off to the side. You can watch them dry, kind of. Okay, I think my next favorite ones from this expansion, from the Spreading War expansion to paint, were these guys, these warg riders. So I'm gonna do those next because I thought they were fun. And now, if you were here in the beginning when I showed them off, this is the example that I did. So this was my pre one that I did just to test out the colors and see how things looked. So we're gonna kind of do a similar color scheme so that they all look the same. So this is kind of what I'm going for. So I'll put him there so we can see. So for this one, for the wolf, I used this hardened leather. This is the only brown that I have in this color scheme. So this is what we're gonna do. We can lighten it maybe with some dry brushing if we want, but we don't have to. James says, in case you did not know, the best base color to paint gold over is red. It always shows off gold the best. All gold picture frames have a red base color. I did not know that. Thank you. That's awesome. I did not know that. Ultraviolet says, it looks cool how the paint clings to the side of the palette after spreading it. Yeah, it's not too watery. It's thick. So, which is how it stays on the mini and doesn't like run right off. It's thick and it has like it has a nice consistency. I like it. So it's almost like a thin down paint. That's what I would say, but. So again, we're using the hardened leather for these guys. can show you as well too if you want to see. So kind of like a more of a browny red, a very dark brown. I really, really liked this color a lot. It does look a little bit darker wet, obviously. It does dry down a little bit. But I did really, really like this color a lot. I love how it just like runs into the recesses as opposed to when you're painting and you have to try to get your brush into all of these nooks and crannies of a mini. It just kind of does it all for you, which is awesome. For this guy, I might do some accents around the paws too, like maybe make them a little bit more of a pink color underneath and that once these guys are all dry. But again, don't need to. These are definitely going to be table ready. We can definitely start playing with them as is. Oh, sorry. That guy is almost ready. Let's try to carefully go around the mouth. Yeah, I really like this brown color. I like it a lot. I'm gonna do just in between there. That guy's done. Okay, you're so funny. I don't know what this is in reference to, but Kate says, well, if you divorce Rob, I vote that Mal retains the rights to the channel. Rob and I are not getting divorced, don't worry. I don't know what you guys are even talking about. We can leave that on so you can kind of watch him dry. I just want to say I'm a very, very slow painter. Rob can attest to this. It would probably, if I were to do 4 minis, it would probably take me, let's say these guys, for example. If I did, there's 3 of them in the box. If I did 3 of these minis, it would probably take me a whole evening doing other things maybe in between. These speed paints definitely are going to increase or decrease my painting time. Definitely, definitely. Even just doing like the fur on this warg probably would have taken me like an hour. It's just because I'm a very, very slow painter. So if I can decrease my paint time by half with these, Rob will be very happy. I don't think these are the type of paints you're going to use though for every game and for everything. But for maybe armies, this is a good game too. Like some of these enemies in this game, we might see like twice. You don't need to spend hours and hours and hours doing the best paint job for something that you're going to play with maybe 2 times. But maybe like your heroes, the character heroes, maybe you want to spend a little more time and you want to be a little bit more precise and do use more of the regular paints with dry brushing and highlighting and edge highlighting and all of that. And then you can just save these for maybe the minions that you see every now and again, or, you know. So I don't think these are going to fully replace your painting, all your paints. They're just going to be an addition that you can use. And that's how I'm going to use them, I think. Like, for example, like characters like this. Very easily, you can just do a quick speed paint on it and it's done. But maybe a more fine, detailed character you want to spend a little bit more time on. And that's where I think these are going to be perfect. It's going to cut your time down so that you can then spend more time on those minis that maybe have a little more detail, or you maybe want to display, or, you know, you want to show off in pictures or whatnot. But I would not be embarrassed by any of these that I've painted using these speed paints. I would post pictures of them. I would show them up close on stream. I think the results are awesome. Some of them, I think the results are better than I could have painted with regular paints. And again, I think that's because I'm not the best yet with all of the added stuff with painting, the washing and the highlighting, you know. So when I saw these were announced, immediately I said to Rob, "Oh my gosh, I need to have these." They also do suggest you shake them for like 20 seconds. This one I've already used, so I can do it not as much. Angie, thank you so much with the $5 super chat. Incredible work. Your painting is amazing as always. Angie, thank you so, so much. That's so sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Too bad we didn't get this product a few months back, because we could have had these minis ready to be incorporated in the campaign that we're playing through right now. I do under, yeah, okay. Need to do around the mouth. I did get this brown a little bit outside the lines, but those are just going to be painted over with the white anyways, so it's okay. Be careful around his hand. Okay. That is our wargs done. I just, obviously you can see that on this guy, we made a couple boo-boos there where we got the brown paint on the face and the shoulder. So I'm just going to quickly take the matte white and go over that so that can dry before I get to that spot. Just using the matte white Army Painter War Paints. These war paints do not come with the mixing balls in, but Rob did add them in for me. So I do have them inside all of my paints. And then I'm just going to quickly go over those few mistakes with the matte white, just so that when we go over them with the real color that we want them to be, we don't have any issues of the color not being what we want. Okay. All right. Well, let's do, what did I do here? Let's do the skin, the main body of the goblin. I don't know. He's a warg rider. So he's a rider, I guess. For the skin, we will use this Crusader skin. Dan, yes, you are correct. Candy says, by now I would have paint all over my hands, table, walls, and sun. Doing pretty good, I think. Oh, you can't see. Doing pretty good. Oh, just a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit. And I think that's mainly from taking them off the stands and putting them back on when they have paint. Oh, goodness. And they have paint around the edges. Okay. So as we've done with the other ones, just show you, this is kind of the color the Crusader skin looks when it's wet. It has more of a brownish red undertone to it. But when it dries more of a brown. This was where I really started to see how these paints worked, as it filled in all of the lines around the muscles, around the neck, all those places that you would use a wash to fill in. I started to see right away that it was filling in all of those spots already for me, which was awesome. Do the hands, sorry. Love the look of that. Okay, just gotta do his back now. Brian, yes, I did definitely talk about this, that you do need to be a little more cautious about painting inside the lines because it's less forgiving. So I did do a test of it somewhere on one of these guys, this one. Let me just put it on one of my stands because it's easier to show. Where on this guy, if you can see, to my eye, I can see it better, but the black, if you can see like the black speckles, which technically is fine. It's like it's so hard to notice, but you can see this one more so, where the brush touched the rock. And then I just went over it with the Pallid Bones speed paint, and you can see that it doesn't cover that mistake as it would if you were painting with regular paints. So I left that there on purpose just to show how it doesn't, or even like right here where you can see that it kind of, they bled together. Still fine. I mean, rocks are not perfect, so it's still technically fine. And this is obviously holding it up to the camera. If I had this playing on the table, and even if I spun it around, this big one, maybe you could see a little bit more, but those little spots that I showed you, you can barely even see them. So it's less forgiving, yes, but if you're just doing table ready minis, which is kind of what we're going for here, then it's fine. It's fine, but it is less forgiving. Definitely. So I wanted to leave that just to show you how it doesn't cover the same as paints would. If it's a similar color, maybe in the brown tone to a brown tone, then maybe you wouldn't notice so much. But obviously when I'm going from a gray to like a sand color, there's a huge difference there. And the sand color doesn't cover as it would if it was regular paints. So, Brett says this is like paint by numbers. Kind of, you know what, it's funny. I did think of that when I originally saw these, that it kind of is. Or like, you remember those, like the water paints, right? When you have, when you're kids, it's kind of like that in my head. And it does everything for you and it just works. That's funny. Yeah, it is kind of like paint by numbers. You just kind of want to put this paint in this little spot. Heather says, did you wait to paint the rock until the gray was dry? Probably not fully 100%. And in the paint itself dries probably in about 20 to 30 minutes. but where there's heavy pooling of the paint, it is a little bit more, it does take a little bit longer. And there probably was some pooling around the bottom of the tail. So that's fine. But again, I did that one on purpose and left that. I knew that that was kind of like that. And I left it there on purpose just to show you that it doesn't fully cover like it would with regular paints. I can easily fix this. So what I can do is just dab my white brush, which I can show you, is dab the white brush over those little spots and then just take that pallid bone and just go over it one more time and it's done. So it's a very, very easy fix. You just have to use the white to bring it back to the color of the primer and then go from there. I don't even know what color I have on my paintbrush right now. The flesh color, no problem, no problem, is this Crusader skin. That's what I'm using on the flesh right now. I like this color, but again, this color does not only have to be used for skin. I did use this, this color for the boots on this guide. Just trying different colors in different spots. And I like the results. It definitely is just like a different color brown. So you can experiment with them once you know kind of what the color looks like when it dries. You can experiment and use it in other places. That's the skin done on this one, so we'll just do same on this guy. That's this guy. Oh, forgot underneath his hand. All done. And you can obviously, if you find spots where you think maybe there's too much, you can just kind of absorb it up a little bit. If you think it's pooling too much. We'll leave that and we can see how that dries. This guy's already starting to dry. Not perfect, but you can see that, you can see the difference and how that shades that really nicely. I like that a lot. I'm just going to fix again with the hair where I touched. I want this hair to be like a yellowy color. So we'll just cover that quick spot with white so that when we paint that area, we're all good. And then you can quickly look and see if there's any other spots that I messed up on. Hands are so shaky today. Okay. So I'm going to very quickly take a very quick break. I'm just going to run to the washroom quickly. When we come back, we'll do the rest of these two guys. We'll do their outfit or his skirt, I guess. I don't know. And then a few more of the details on these guys. And then these guys are ready to go right when I come back from the break. So be right back. Okay, I am back. Thank you for waiting. Sorry. Just quickly looking at the last few messages in the chat. Sorry if I missed any questions or anything in the chat. It's hard to paint with my head down and read the chat at the same time, so I do apologize if there's anything missed. All right. So let's do let's just do, we'll leave this guy here. And then let's do, so again, I have 10 different colors here, and I'm trying to think of, so this guy, I used the green. I wanted to test out the green, see what it looked like. I did the green on his like skirt thing, but I'm thinking about doing a different color for this one. So let's do, and for that green, I used this orc skin, but I want to do something different. Let's do a blood red. Let's try that one on one of the skirts. Let's see what that looks like. Frank's asking Mel, how do you get Discord from YouTube? I think Rob is helping with that. Okay. I know some of these colors are very bright. Excuse me. I'm working with the 10 colors that I have. I think I can try to do some mixing of colors. We can see what that looks like. Oh, and I definitely missed part of this guy's stomach. Okay, and then for the other one, we did green, we did a red. We could do a gray. We can do the, again, with the Grey Lord Gray on one of them. Adding more to that. Oh, that's not the right one. Go like this for now. He can dry there. pixels are hard on that one. New subs. Sven, thank you, thank you. Welcome. Welcome. I like the gray, blackish color. I like that. Okay. So we'll do the logs. Now, I think I want to try, we're going to try to mix some colors. So again, I only have 10 colors. So I want to try to see if I can make other colors with what I have. We'll just kind of see what happens. So I think I'm going to try to mix the hardened leather, which is the color we painted the warg itself, with some of the gray. And we're going to see what we get from that. I did like a 3 drops to 3 drops, and we're gonna just see what that looks like and how well these mix together. So currently, so this is the original warg over here. So it does definitely look like it's darker, but I think I'm gonna add another maybe 1 or 2 drops of the gray just to darken it even more to be like a very, very dark wood color. And then we'll try that and see. Okay, so we had 2 more drops of the gray. Okay, so now that is the color. We'll do one of the logs. We'll see if when it dries, if it looks very similar to the log that we've already done. If so, we can use some dry brushing and see if we can change that color a little bit. But I can already tell that that's definitely going to be darker. So from just mixing the brown and the gray together, we're definitely getting a darker wood color, which is definitely a way to expand what you have with just the 10. You can definitely expand making other colors, which is awesome. We'll see what this color looks like once it's dry, but it's definitely a different color than the warg itself, which is awesome. Clean up a couple of these pooled areas just so it's not so much. And then some of this inside here. Awesome. I really like that. Okay. Now for the other log, what I might do for the other one is we'll try to do I could mix some gray. Oops. Mix some gray with the pallid bone, which will lighten this gray. See what we get from that. A science experiment here. Now, this might not be enough. The pallid bone might not be enough to lighten it, but we'll try. And we'll see. If not, it'll be more of a darker gray color, and we can try to fix that with some dry brushing later if we need. But again, with these, you have to experiment with them and see what color or what it turns out like when it's dry. Definitely hard to judge just based out of the bottle. Super chat from Adam, $5. Thank you so much, Adam. Mel is painting amazingly and Rob is in the chat. Great day. Oh, thank you so much, Adam. That's all we need to do? We don't need to play board games anymore? I just need to paint on stream and Rob just needs to sit in the chat? Is what you're saying? Thank you so much. Okay, we're gonna see if this is too gray. I'm not 100% sure, but we'll see. It does look like it has some brown. I think the pallid bone, some of that color popped through, which is awesome. Let's just do like that. Okay, and we'll see what that looks like when that's dry as well. For the hair, I'm going to do the Grey Lord Gray again for the hair on, at least for one of them. We're going to see what that's like. I did more of like a yellow. Initially, I was trying out colors. I don't know if the yellow really fits. I know it kind of looks a little bit cartoony and bright. Again, this was on matte white primer. We wanted to try it as it was recommended by Army Painter. So it is on matte white. And again, I only had the 10 colors to work with. I did not experiment with mixing colors in my testing. I just wanted to put the flat color on the mini and see how it turned out. Again, I could easily, I could easily paint over that with a different color. So if the yellow is kind of funny looking, we can definitely change it, no worries. But I just wanted to see what that looked like by itself. So, right now I'm going to do, I'm going to try gray on these guys as well as I'm going to do on the slingshot. I'll do gray on both of those, the Gravelord gray. Yeah, I think the gray probably looks better than the blonde. They're the yellowish looking colors, so do the same thing quickly on this. Okay, I'm gonna try something. I like the gray darker color better, so I'm gonna take this guy that I have already done. I'm going to put this, and again, we can fix this if it totally does not go as planned. I'm gonna take the gray and I'm gonna put it over top of this already done yellow. And I'm just gonna see what happens. It's gonna be a different colored gray if it totally looks completely not how I would like it to look or totally looks ridiculous. What I'll do once it dries, I'll just paint over it white and quickly do a gray. But I just wanna see if I cover it with a different color, what will happen. And if this does not work out as planned, then don't try it at home. Just a little bit more. Whoa. That was not clipped into the base correctly, clearly. I'm going to do also a very heavy, heavy coat so that it definitely covers. Again, we are going over a darker color, or going over with a darker color. So I know vice versa, if I were to go over yellow, if I were to go over the gray with the yellow, it wouldn't cover, but we're going to just see what happens. When it dries. This may turn out like mustard. We're going to find out. If that's the case, that's not what I'm going for, but we'll find out. We'll find out when it dries. Okay. I'm going to put that off the stream. Okay, what I'm going to do next is I'm actually going to use a paint that's not part of the Speedpaints. I'm going to use this Army Painter War Paints, the metal, the plate mail metal, sorry. This is from the metallics. What I want to do is I want to do the shoulder pad with that, and then use the Gravelord Gray once that dries over top as more of a dark wash. And I want to see the look of that. So again, this is not part of the Speed Paint set. This is the War Paint set. This is the plate mail metal color. And then we're going to go over this color with the dark. And I do like going over any kind of metallics or metals with a dark wash. So I want to see what that will look like once done. Quickly drink. You guys are having hilarious conversations, and I'm just seeing bits and pieces of them. It looks like you guys are having a fun time in the chat, so that's great. You know, I'm going to use, I'll use my wet palette for this. It's fine because I don't want to take up all the wells. Oh, this one doesn't. I have this one paint, it's like clogged or something. Gotta take it out this way. I meant to, last time I used it, I meant to fix that and I forgot. Way more than I need, but. Okay. Do get some of the stuff off the screen here. Okay, so again, we're using the plate mail metal. Actually, move these like this so you can see these are the other colors we've used so far. Now let's get a fresh brush here. I don't use the same brushes with metallics as I do with regular paints because it has the little speckles inside. So I try to use a separate brush when using any kind of metallic paints. Not that one. Until I can clean it. I don't put my hand, oh, you can't even see. There we go. So we're just going to go quickly over the shoulder pads. With this, because also I want to see what we can do with this speed paint line and what things will look like in different ways. We're going to go over that after with the Dark Lord Gray, almost like a wash. And we'll just see what happens when we use these over top of regular paints. So we need to let that dry, obviously, before we go over anything. All right, next. I used the orange for this before and I really liked it for the armbands. I thought it was nice. So I'm going to use Fire Giant Orange. And I'm just going to do the armbands and the around the wrist. It kind of is, at quick glance, it kind of looks a little bit gold-ish to me as well. So maybe it's a little too red. Worst case, I could darken it down with another wash, but I think I'm going to use that same color. And this was, I'm using colors that, again, maybe cartoony and very bright, but on stream, first, it's awesome for them to pop out. You can see the minis on the gray or like very foresty tiles. A lot of tiles are gray, blues. So having these pops of color really helps you be able to see them on stream, these minis. And again, I have 10 colors and I'm kind of just working with what I have and trying to use the different colors just to show you how the different colors work and what they look like when they're dry. So they may not be perfect to the rendition of what they're supposed to look like, but just to show you. And what I do want to do is I do want to do a dry brush on one of the wargs. I want to use like a dark, thinking one of either dark stone or oak brown, like a darker brown that I have. And I want to see what that looks like with a dark dry brush over top of these speed paints. I want to see, does it remove the paint? Like, does it brush off the paint? Does it accent the paint? Like, I want to see what happens when we do some dry brushing over top, because in some cases you may want to do that. So we'll try that and see what happens as a test. Actually, for this guy who has the red, I don't necessarily want to do like an orangey or gold color. I think I'll do, I'm gonna use like this color, which was the Gravelord Gray mixed with the Pallid Bone. I'm going to use that, or again, once you start mixing colors on here, it's hard to tell what was what. So I'm gonna use whatever this one was, which I think is what that is. Yeah, perfect. And again, minis where you're doing multiple colors and you're trying to be more precise and color inside the lines, they do take a little bit longer than ones obviously where you're just doing a big coat or one single coat and you don't have to be as precise. Yeah, definitely like that. Okay, and then for shoes, I think I'm going to use that same color I just used, which is the Gravelord Gray and the Pallid Bone mixed together. Just have like a dark, dirty color shoe. Okay, and then I'm just going to do the same on this guy. Just a quick dirty boot color. Super chat, Adam, $5 again in that is so generous. Thank you so much for the eventual Necro Comic Con. Thank you so much. Is that happening? That is so funny. Thank you so much, Adam. That's very generous. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to let those boots dry for a second, just so that we don't have any of the pooling from the edges going into the saddle that I'm going to do next. Oh, and I missed the armband on the other side. So I likely did it on this guy as well. Yep. This one was the Gravelord Gray. So again, for these guys, I'm going to use the blood red inside the mouth, and then we'll just do the teeth as well to pop the teeth out as well. Ultravioletta, I think you were mentioning before about how it kind of can have a gel-like consistency. Now, this red I have not used since we were using the, since we did the Foul Beast with it. And you can see that it is drying kind of like a little bit jelly-like. So just something to note. It is kind of drying a little bit jelly. Super chat from Matthew, $5. Thank you, Matthew, so much. No message, just throwing $5 on the table. Thank you so much. That is so generous. So we're gonna add more blood red because I don't want to use that jelly looking stuff because I don't know what that's gonna look like. I am gonna drop it in the same, just off to the side a little bit because I only need a very, 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 very tiny amount. Because I'm just doing the tongue, and I'll try to not do. For the other one, for the fall beast, I was doing the teeth and everything, and I'll just brighten the teeth. But for these guys, I'm just doing the tongue. So if I get some on the teeth, it's fine, but. Oh my goodness. Yeah, just going for just that kind of look, and then we'll fix up the teeth. And I'm gonna do the same for this one. Oh, and I can definitely see that I colored outside the lines on that one. Super chat from Brian. Thank you so much, Brian says, to keep the hired help in primer. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. You guys are so sweet. Thank you. Thank you. So that one's for Rob is what you're saying. Rob does all the pre and post work. I just do all the middle stuff. All right. We'll fix those teeth once that's dry. Thank you guys so much. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Ultraviolet said, I heard my name. I came running from the bathroom. Sorry. I was showing you, I don't know if you saw it, so you don't have to scrub back. I was showing you, you mentioned how this could have a gel-like consistency. So one of the paints kind of dried a little bit, and you can see, I did add more, so it might not be exactly as I showed before, but you can see that it does, oh, sorry, let's go like this. You can see that it is kind of like drying a little bit more of like a jelly and not the same as regular paint would dry. So you can kind of just see that it does have like a little bit of a interesting texture once it starts to dry. So okay. I'm going to I'm going to try something with this thing now. Let's leave these guys. I'm going to let them dry just so that I can do the saddle part and it's not going to blend in. I'm going to do a little bit of somewhat of a, not a dry brush, but yeah, I'm going to dry brush this wolf a little bit. I want to see what happens when we do that. I want to darken him a little bit. So I want to use one of my darker browns. I have oak brown and I have dark stone. Thinking about going, oh, another super chat. Matthew, thank you, thank you. That is very sweet. You guys are so generous. Oh my gosh. I don't know what started all of this, but thank you so, so much. You guys are very sweet. Oak brown or dark stone? I think I'm gonna go with the oak brown first. We'll see. If it doesn't darken the way I want, then we can just let it dry and then we can go over that a little bit with the dark stone, because I think the dark stone might be too dark. I'm gonna shake that one up. So again, sorry, this is from the War Paints line. This is not from the Speedpaint line that we're gonna use. And I have a separate paper towel in case we need it. So I have, for dry brushing, I use makeup brushes. I did wash them, but some of them still get stained. I don't know. But we're going to use, so I have different sizes for different things depending on what I'm going to do. But I'm just going to use this basic one, just a regular dry brush. I like the makeup brushes because they're softer. I like the shapes of them. Pretty much it. They clean up nice as well. They still stain like any other brush, but I definitely like these. So I'm just using a makeup brush and the oak brown. I'm going to put a little bit of that on my paper towel. And we're just going to see what happens when we do this experiment. Okay. And then on my paper towel, I just kind of try to brush a lot of the paint away. You want to build up a dry brush so that when you do your first pass with a dry brush, you don't get all the streaks. I also will show you what I do. I also will use my hand just to brush on and make sure that you don't get a big streak. Sometimes if you're using like a white or a gray, you'll get like a big streak the first time you pass. So we're just gonna do that. And I'm gonna just go kind of like the opposite way of the fur. We're gonna see, and now we have two that were done in the exact same color. So we're gonna be able to compare if this even does anything, if we can tell, making sure it doesn't rub off the paint. See if it adds anything to these speed paints. Another super chat from Matthew. Thank you so much, Matthew. Oh my goodness, that is so generous. Thank you, thank you. No messages either. Are you saying something in the chat that I'm missing? Thank you, Matthew. Matthew, thank you so much. Okay. And again, you can build up so you can keep going over the same spots until you get the desired effect or look that you're going for. So it's definitely not rubbing off the paint. So that's good. And it is darkening it a little bit. We can see the difference from this side to just over here. It is darkening it a little bit, and I definitely will bring it up more. I'll keep going over it a few more times because I definitely want to be a little bit darker. So I'll definitely keep going. Yeah, the dry brush side looks much better. Yeah, see, this is all-in-one. So again, it is table ready just as it is. But again, you can use the paints you already have and some techniques you already know to enhance this line of paints, which is awesome. So having this speed paint set is not a one and done. It can be if that's what you're going for. But for me, I think this is going to enhance what I already have. So currently I have a whole line, or I guess I can kind of just do like this. I have a whole stack of Army Painter paints here. And they are still going to be a primary use for me. I think these speed paints are definitely just going to enhance what I pick and choose what I use based on what I'm painting. Yeah, you definitely could just get the speed paint set and be done and get started. But for me, it's going to be a addition to what I have. Yeah, this is definitely darkening him up a little bit. You can definitely see from the front of the body to the back of the body the difference. It's not as, let's say, golden brown is what I would more say this looks like, where this is a more dark, dingy, dirty look. And I'm not noticing it's not pulling any of the paint off, so it's not removing any of the speed paint. So that paint dried and covered the mini well enough that it's not coming off with a dry brush. This is another way that if you had just the 10 paints from the Speed Paint starter set, that you can make things look different with just this set and then paints you already have. By just adding some dry brush. I don't know if I'll really be able to get in there with this brush, but do a little bit more in the back to build up the back as well. And you can definitely see just that it changes the look and the color. Both are great. It can darken it up a little bit as well. LOTR says, they get added to your toolbox. Exactly. They're just an addition. So for me, they're going to be an addition to the paints that I already have. Not every game I'm going to want to use these. Some games you may want to have more fine details and you may want to be a little more precise, and maybe the details are very small and you don't want the speed paints, you want to use more of a fine paintbrush and use regular paints with a wash over top of it after. That's an option. These are just an option for getting the games to the table quick. We have a super chat from Dan. Thank you. Virtual hug since Rob wouldn't do it. Oh, did he say no? That's okay. For your patience and grace with the chat shenanigans, and Rob should make you lunch. That is hilarious. I'm good. I don't need lunch. But that's awesome. Thank you. Thank you for the virtual hug. Virtual hug back. No, the chat shenanigans is fun. I'm so happy that you guys are having a good time and you're just hanging out. Hopefully some of you are painting as well. Just getting some minis complete so you can play. Okay. So I think, yeah, so I'm happy with that. I like the way that that changed the look of it a little bit. Darkened it up. All right, so I'm going to just do the saddles of these guys. And for that, on this one, I did it with the pellet bone. I don't have too many browns, and I wanted to kind of differentiate the warg itself and some of the other parts of it, so I wanted to make it lighter. I'm going to do the same for that. Again, I could probably start mixing colors, but currently Actually, I really like this color that I mixed with the gray and the brown together. I think I like the look of that one for sure. But I'm going to use the palette bone just to have some different colors so it's not all browns. I probably could add a drop of the hardened. Let's do that. Let's do that. We're going to do the palette bone, which is what I used for the other one, but I'm going to use a drop of the hardened leather in it just to darken it a little bit so that it's not a bone or a skin color. It's more of a very light brown. Just add one. I can build it up if I need to, but we'll start with one. Excuse me. Try not to let water from my brush drip into these paints because I don't really know how water affects them. Again, I know that they made a speed paint medium, so I assume that you would want to use that to thin down your paints and not water. So I try my best not to let any water drip from my paintbrush in. This might look too much. Maybe it might dry more yellow, which is fine. So I'm only going to do the one. Thank you, Brett. Thank you. I'm only going to do the one, and we'll see how it dries before I do the other one in case I don't love it, because I can paint over it if I don't like it. But I don't want to have to redo both. Yeah, so we'll leave that one for a minute because I don't want to do that. But I am going to use the same color for the belt around his body, and then we'll use the yellow or gold for the bags that he has attached. I am going to use this just because I like this color. So again, this is the palette bone mixed with one single drop of the hardened leather. So to me, it looks like there's no issues with mixing these paints together. It looks like they mix together very nicely. I'm going to do the same on this side because I definitely like this color for like a belt. Yeah, that's drying differently enough. I'm going to use that on this one as well. All right, I'm just going to do the bags. And again, for the bags, I'm going to use, again, the metallic. So this is the War Paints Greedy Gold. This is from the metallics. This is not part of the Speed Paint set. I'm going to use this for the coin purses that they have. I'm going to do this for both of these guys. Just so that they stand out and they're nice and shiny. Oops. Okay. Next, we are going to go back to the shoulder pads, where we did the metallic over the shoulders. And I'm going to use the Gravelord Gray over top of it, more to act as a wash. I want to see what will happen when we put that over. So we've seen what happens when we put the gray over the white, right? It looks like this guy's hair, or it looks like the slingshot that he's got, or whatever that thing is. But we're going to see what it looks like when we put that Gravelord Gray over the metallic as a wash and see if it can still fill in those lines and still act as a wash as well. Is that what they are? So ultraviolet. I love how those weird stones on rope weapons became coin purses. No, no, no. These are some. Oh, sorry. These are some sort of weird, like slingshot rope things. I don't know if they swing them and the rock flies out. But I'm talking about, oh, these little purse things, which I didn't even do that great of a job. It looks like a little coin purse, right? Doesn't look like a. I don't know. It looks like a coin purse hanging off of his belt. Again, I don't know. All right. We're going to take that Gravelord Gray and we're just going to go over top of this metallic that we did. We're going to see what that looks like when it dries. I want to still hopefully be able to see the metallic through. Because I want it to more act as a wash. I can change the metallic slightly. It can darken it. That would be fine, but we're just going to see what happens. There was also one spot I missed, which, sorry. Okay. So we've just gone over that, and I think I like it. We can still see the metallic through. We'll wait and see when it dries how that looks, but I definitely am happy with that. We'll just do the same thing on this side. Okay. See one little spot that I missed. So these guys are pretty much done, maybe with some fixing up the teeth, which 2 seconds later we can do that. Yeah, I'm definitely really happy with these guys. I think they look good. So technically, we've been streaming for a couple hours to take a break and all that. So let's say let's pretend painting 2 hours, 15 minutes, 2.5 max, right? And I have technically painted 4 characters fully done and table ready. For me, that is amazing. I don't paint that fast ever. So that's amazing. So I think what I want to do next is maybe like a speed test. We have maybe do one of these orcs and just see how fast from start to finish, quick. This one's very detailed, but I think it's fine. I think it's fine. How fast can we get this guy table ready? So I'm going to use some of the colors that I already have on my wet palette to start. So let's say it's like 250 now. We'll kind of just see how fast I can do it. We'll be a little bit, maybe a little bit more messy, not perfect, you know, and just kind of see. Okay. So we're going to use the Gravelord Gray just on this axe part. Yeah, again, I'm a very slow painter. I try to be, no, I don't want to say to be perfect, but I try to make sure everything is in the lines and there's no mistakes. All right. I'm going to use the, oh, I need one more spot there on the top. And then I'm going to use the hardened leather on the handle and the straps. I also still have this paint out and ready. We can touch up spots later if there's little spots that I missed, but All right. So for the orc skin, I did, in my testing, I used the orc skin. That's exactly what it's called. But I found it was too bright. So it's the same color skin that it was on his skirt. I don't know. This was my test model, right? I found it was too dark. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually use the orc skin, and I'm going to put 1 drop of this Zealot yellow to kind of make it more of a yellowy green gross color for an orc. Okay. I'm just mixing this in right now. We're going to see what color this looks like once. To my bare eye, it looks like what I'm looking for. But let's see once we put on the mini if it's still kind of a bright green. It definitely muted the green a little bit. I don't see the yellow through, but the green is not so bright. Let's see. So maybe I can see a little bit of the yellow undertones through it, but it's definitely not as bright as this green. So I'll roll with it for this one. I might change it up. I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 more of these guys still off to the side. So maybe I can change up the color and do some of them yellow. Or we'll add more yellow to another. I swear half the time of me painting is trying to pick which color I'm going to use on each section of a mini. Sit there, look at my paints, think for a minute, unless I'm following an image. Okay, I'm going to quickly do the helmet in that same metallic, the plate mail, plate mail metal that I used for the Warg Riders on the helmet of this guy. So then I can do the Gravelord Gray over top because I liked that look. I'm just going to do that now so that has time to dry. So by the time we're done the rest of the mini, we can then go over the helmet. And it'll kind of have that metallic, dirty look. On my screen, it looks like a safety green. Again, once it dries, we'll see what it looks like when it dries. If it is not a color that we're looking for, we can mute it down. But I definitely see that it's not as bright as the color right out of the bottle. So yeah, we'll see what that looks like. Okay, so we have done that. We're gonna do I wonder if I should do a couple other pieces of him with that. No, I'm gonna use the hardened leather for the upper part of his body. What I'm gonna do after is maybe I'll take some metallics, we'll do some of the buckling, we'll do some accents with some colors that are not part of the speed paint line, just some of the regular paints, just to show how you can bring up some of that by using other colors, maybe for the belts. But for the upper part of the body, I'm gonna do the whole part, a whole upper body in this hardened leather, and then we'll accent it after and see what we get. Because even if you don't do any accents or any other colors, and you just did the mini with this hardened brown, the speed paints itself help to accentuate the different like pockets and the belts. So you technically don't need to, do that if you don't want to, but it is an option. You can just leave the one coat on if you're really trying to be quick. Okay, and then there is a spot here where there is some skin exposed around the elbow. So let's go back with that green and yellow mixture we did. And we're not letting anything dry. We're just trying to do quick. So some of the colors may bleed together. We'll see what that looks like. Okay. Okay, for the bottoms, I'm going to go back to the hardened gray, or sorry, hardened leather with the gray, Vollard gray mixed together. I'm going to go back to that one and do the bottom so that it's a different color than the top. Okay, and I'm going to use the, I'm going to do the belt the same color. Actually, I'm just going to do this whole buckle. I'll add some metallic to it after. Okay. Then I'm going to use the Gravelord Gray by itself to do the boots and the plate on the arm. And again, the brown from the pants is not dry, so we'll see some of it may blend together, but that's fine. Okay, and I'm going to use the same Gravelord Gold now to go over the metal helmet. Okay, and then I'm just going to do, now these are coin purses that he has, this orc has. So I'm gonna do those in like in a gold color. So it looks like almost like a satchel. So again, for this one, using the Greedy Gold. This is from the Metallics line. And I think he's done. When he's dry, obviously, maybe I'll put some accents on the belt and the straps. But that was just under 20 minutes. And he's done. He could play just like this. Matthew said, these speed paints are where it's at. See, I mean, for me, okay, I'm trying to think if I were to paint this with regular paints, trying to be super precise. As you know, if you've watched my paint streams, I use like the tiniest brush possible because I'm afraid to color outside the lines. Probably take me to do this guy, let's say an hour, maybe an hour and a half, maybe to do just one guy. If I can do these in 20 minutes, that cuts down more than half the time it would take me to do that. So, and again, orcs, you can be messy. They don't have to be perfect. So, yeah, if I can cut down painting in half, that just think of how many more games you can paint with that time if you still allocate that much time to paint. Brett says, this still blows my mind. I know, it's crazy. When I saw these, when I saw these originally, I thought, wow, it's amazing. I can't even believe that you can do that all with one paint, with one base coat. It can do that. And then when the first, well, actually it was one of these guys. The first one I did was one of these. Oh, base is not done. Rob is correct. Base is not done. So that is another maybe 3 or 4 minutes that I need, but I don't want to do the base while it's wet, because if I do the base while it's wet, where'd he go? Oh, right here. Then the pooling that you have around the shoes then pulls into the color of the base and it can mess it up. So I like to wait till they're dry to do that. So yes, the base is not done. You are correct. You need another few minutes. But the first one that I did was this guy. And as soon as I started from the back of the wing side. And as soon as I put the brush to the wings, I was kind of blown away at how it does that. I couldn't even believe it. And I felt like this guy showed it off almost the best. This guy, and maybe the wargs as well. Like as you see the paint between the fur and like around the eye sockets and that. I was blown away by what these paints can do. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 minis done in maybe, well, let's say 2.5 hours today, let's say. And then I think I spent another hour and a half. Then about 4 hours, I got 9 minis done. For me, that is amazing. I don't paint that fast. So if that says anything, yeah, I don't paint that fast. So I'm happy with how fast I can get games table ready. Again, they're table ready. They're not going to win any awards. And if you put a magnifying glass up to them, you might find imperfections for sure. But, excuse me, but being able to get minis to the table ready in a few hours I think that is amazing. Heather's asking, do you think this is going to be your method of painting going forward? Not fully, no. I think there is going to be games that this will be my focus. Okay, so for example, if I were playing, let's pretend this game. So Lord of the Rings. The characters that we're playing, I may spend a little bit more time trying to get the details perfect and trying to make them look awesome because we're playing with that mini through the whole entire campaign. Let's say these wargs, okay, they may come up, as you know, if you play these kind of games, some enemies come up more often than others. Let's pretend these wargs come up in 3 scenarios. So I play with them in 3 scenarios. They don't have to be perfect for that. But the minis that we're going to play with in every single campaign, I'm probably going to spend more time and I'm probably going to use the actual line, like actual Army Painter paints for that. But for armies, for enemies, things like that, I think this might be a go-to. Also, anything that, I think going forward, anything that has fur, anything like dragons or anything like that with wings, birds, anything like that, I think I might use that going forward and then use other techniques of edge highlighting and dry brushing and things to kind of even more brighten them up. But I don't think this is not definitely going to be a going forward every game I'm going to paint this way. It may be for games that we need to paint really quickly. So let's say there's something that we get and I want to paint it so fast because we want to play it right away. Maybe I will use this technique. But I think it's going to be a tool that I use in the toolbox that I have. So I'm super excited to get the mega set when that comes out as well, to expand the line of colors and just to see what these can do, because in the mega set this comes with all like your base colors, but in that mega set it comes with more shades of each color. So let's say for a brown you have more light brown, dark brown, medium brown, monster brown, all, you know, a few of those. And then you might have the same for greens. And then maybe for yellows, you may have like a zealot yellow and a lighter gold yellow, you know, things like that. So I'm excited for that for sure. So this will definitely be something I use going forward, but not necessarily every game for every mini, if that makes sense. Do you add texture to your bases? I do not yet. It's something that I find amazing. When I watch videos on YouTube, I'm like, oh, that looks so good. But I do not do that yet. Not yet. Oh, Cynthia, I missed yours. You said, I really can't wait to get some of these. I cannot wait to get more of these. I'm so excited. They're so awesome. Yeah. I think even for myself, I think using these paints are going to help me when I use regular paints to know where to highlight. So these paints fill in all the gaps and they kind of highlight the mini for you. When I'm painting, sometimes I don't know, or I try my best of where to highlight things and where, you know, obviously, you know, the raised edges, but sometimes you're like, oh, if I just did that line, it would actually make it look like a muscle that maybe I don't see just at looking at the mini. But when I look at this, I'm like, oh, if I put this line down here of a little bit of highlighting, it's just going to accentuate that muscle, or, you know, maybe along the leg muscle or something like that. So I think that these are going to help me to see where I need to highlight going forward as well. So I think that's awesome. Any painting channels you recommend? I love Sarastro's painting for sure. I watch a lot of his. Right now I'm watching through his Imperial Assault ones. I'm trying to mimic. Yeah. He's definitely an amazing painter. Amazing. There's some that I sometimes I don't know the names. I think he's one of the only ones that I actually follow. But sometimes if I'm looking for something specific, I'll just go. There's a lot of Warhammer and all those kind of minis that they do amazing things. Like sometimes if I'm just looking like how to do fire, I might look at something like that because they do fire on their weapons and things. But yeah, Sarastro's is the one that I definitely am a go-to. If he has a video, I will definitely watch it of how he's painting. I think also he's painting through this. I don't think he's posted anything yet, but I did see that he did post that he got the box and he is going to paint through the Spreading War expansion. So I'll be curious to watch that. Is it better than a wash after bathe? Are you asking, sorry, Matthew, are you asking these? Are they better than washing after? If that's what you're asking, then yes. And you can wash. So for example, I could wash this guy using a dark wash and darken him even more or change the color a little bit if that's what you're going for, but I don't think you need. Again, we painted these were primed with matte white, so they are brighter. If we did the zenithal where we primed it in black, did the prime of white from above, it's not going to be so bright, but for us, for streaming first, it's really good because a lot of the tiles, all you guys play games, right? So a lot of the tiles are deep blues, dark grays, blacks, like foresty green, depending on the game that you're playing. Sometimes you get like a wood color tile, but a lot of them are very dark. So a mini like this, even on a dark tile, a mini like this, because it's kind of still bright, will pop when you're watching from above. So for us, sometimes having the brighter cartoony colors, you know, those actually pop out better on stream. So if you wanted more of a darker, dingier, depending on the game, obviously if you're painting something that, I'm trying to think of a game, let's say that's more cartoony, let's say that Townfolk Tussle, that's one I'm seeing a lot being painted right now, that you want it to be very cartoony, right? Because that's the game. Maybe for this game, you want it to be more dark and dirty. In that case, then maybe you want to do more of a zenithal. This is your painting Imperial Assault. I am. I think I just have the heroes left. And I've seen Star Wars, but I'm not super familiar. I don't know what the big gray guy is. You know, like that big, like, boxy looking guy. I don't know what he is. I have to paint him too. So those are almost done. All right. I'm going to just keep painting these while we chat. So there is still one more, but I don't have another base form, so I'm just gonna maybe switch in and out with some of these. But I'm gonna take more of that Zealot yellow. Okay, so I did like the way this guy looked, but I want to make him a little bit even more yellow. He is looking more Ninja Turtle than Orc, so we're gonna add even more yellow onto the next one, and we're gonna see what happens. Yeah, because I don't want to look like a Ninja Turtle. It says, good thing you're all bringing the painting to the channel. He has 120K subs with less than 200 videos. Yeah, but his painting is amazing. I'm blown away. I watch and I'm like, oh my God. Amazing, amazing. Like pro painter. I'm definitely a table ready painter. Table ready. Heather says, can we look forward to Imperial Assault on the channel? Please say yes. Heather, I'm going to say I'm not painting to display it. I'm definitely painting so we can play it. Oh, thank you, Rob. The big Star Wars mini that I was talking about is the ATST. Yes, yeah, I definitely need to add more yellow. Even this is not looking yellow enough, so I'm gonna add a few more drops. Maybe the other option is I go the other way, where I start with yellow and I add only like a tiny drop of green to the yellow. Let's try that because maybe I'm trying to do something that, yeah. Yeah, more yellow for sure. We're gonna go backwards here. So I've done yellow and I just added one drop of green. We're gonna see. The green might just take over. Okay, now we're getting like we're getting more of like a dirty orc color, yeah, than Ninja Turtle, right? It's not like bright. You have more of the yellow undertone on that. So I'm going to try this on the next one, and we're going to see what that dries like. And if we like this, then maybe I'll do the other guys like this. Yeah, I think this is probably more the look we're going for with an orc. It's less bright. So we'll finish with this. I am happy with this, and we'll see what it looks like when it's dry. Oops. For the hat, or for the helmet, I'm going to do again more of the metallic with the gray. So I got a little bit of paint on it, but that's fine. And again, for me, I'm just kind of experimenting with these and seeing how the colors come out. It's going to take some getting used to know a lot of the paints and just like the main line. Like if I looked at, let's say, this orange, I can look at this and this is pretty much the color that it's going to look like when it comes out of the bottle. Maybe a little bit less bright. But these ones are a little bit harder, so you have to experiment with them, try them over different colors of primer as well to see what it looks like until you learn the desired results. Yeah, definitely think this guy looks more orc than is more what I'm looking for. I'm going to do another one, at least another one in these two colors. So we have two in the bright colors. We'll have two in this. And then if we do more of a gray orc, we'll have two of those kind as well. Okay, those two are done. Matthew's saying, how do we send you our attempt at painting? Should I post in the Discord? Yes, in the Discord there is a mini painting little channel, and people post all of their mini paints, or their minis, painted minis, sorry, in there. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, post them in there. Oh, Brett, thank you. I see that you answered that as well. Thank you, thank you. Sorry. All right, I'm going to use, for these ones, for these hammer axes, they're not really axes, they're like a hammer, but it's like a mallet, I guess. I don't know. I'm going to use this dark brown that I made, which was the hardened leather with the Gravelord Gray, which gives like a very, very dark brown. And I'm going to do that for these handles. Just giving some variety to these minis. Also, I'm just using up colors that I have before they dry up in my palette. Gonna do the same thing on this one. Okay. And then I'm going to take the Gravelord Gray, again, the gray, and we're going to put that on the hammer itself, or the weapon itself. Water dripped on it. This guy up. I'm going again with the Gravelord Gray. Again, my paintbrush is going to drip. This orc, I think we're going to do a little different. We're going to do him a little more like gray, dirty. Like I can picture from the movies. Okay, so for these guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that. Actually, we didn't look at that, did we? We did not. Hold on. One sec. We put the Gravelord Gray over the metal on the shoulder pads. So this is kind of the look that it gives. You can still see the metal underneath. And it gives that like dark, fills in the shadows of the metal. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that for this orc. For a second. So I'm going to paint kind of like his upper half in the metal. Or not all the whole upper half, but some of it. And then we're going to use that Gravelord Gray over top. Like dirty it up. Sorry, again, this one is the, I don't think I showed it again. This is the plate mail metal. You can do that on his shoulders as well, where it looks like maybe has like a armor of some kind. Now you could leave it like this without going over it with the speed paint as well, with the gray speed paint, which would be like a dark wash. You could leave it like that and just go over it with a regular wash. And you can just use the speed paints in sections of the mini. You don't need to even necessarily use it over the whole entire mini itself. Whatever look you're trying to go for. Actually, I'm gonna do as if he's kind of wearing like an armor plate, and then I'll just leave the belts. And then we'll go over them with the brown. Or like a black or something. Something dark. Like a dark gray, even. Closer to dinner time for them. It is 3:37 here. Oh, Heather, that's very sweet. It says, Heather says, it's been fun watching Mel grow her skills as a painter. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Heather. I have learned a lot. A lot of it's also trial and error, right? With paintings, you can just experiment. Do something, see how it looks. If you don't love it, you can paint over it. You'll learn by doing. fix that in a minute where I put the green on, or the gray on the belt. He won't look super shiny once I put the wash over him, but doing more of the plate metal look for this one. Let's do on the armor here as well. Okay, I'm gonna do around the wrist what looks like it's like kind of like wrapped up, like roped up, bandaged up. I'm gonna do with the dark brown as well again. Which is the hardened leather and the Gravelord gray mixed together. I like that combination for dark brown. Okay. And then I used it for that guy's pants. So we're gonna use, for the pants, we're gonna use the Gravelord gray by itself so that the upper torso is the metallic with the gray over top to make it look like the dirty metal armor type look. And then the pants doesn't look like it's armor at all. So we're gonna do that in just the gray by itself. Oh, Heather also says, if you're really unhappy, you can always stop the model. That's what I had to tell my daughter to get her over her fear of trying. Exactly. But the one good thing is you can paint over paint. So if you don't like it, you just paint over it. So yeah, it's always, yeah, there's always a way to fix it if you're not happy with it. But painting is very much experimenting, right? So experimenting with different colors, mixing colors, thinning colors down to see what will happen or what it'll look like. Heather, does your daughter paint minis for your games? I assume? Or just painting in general? I'm going to do this in the same lighter gray, or the Gravelord gray, so it's not going to be the same as the metal with the gray over top. This looks more a little bit like fabric. Okay. I'm just going to do the bottom half of this guy as well. Oh, she does paint miniature games now. That's awesome. Oh, she also paints those little animal toys to look like people's pets for them. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome. All right, let me just quickly do the metallic on this guy. After these two are done, I think I'm going to do some eyes and belts and buckles and things on the ones that I've already done. Maybe even some bases. So we can consider them fully done. Oh, oh no, that's fine. And I'm just going to do the helmet with the same. Which is good because this will cover up some of the mistakes that I know I made from touching the brush to the helmet by accident. Okay. Just going to do the brown around the wrap on this guy as well, similar to what I did on this guy. All right, and I think I'm gonna do the same brown on the belt. I'm just gonna do the strap as well in the same color. You have to make a little bit more of that, which was the hardened leather mixed with 1 drop of the Gravelord Gray, because I don't think I have enough to finish the other guy's belt as well. Since my daughter's less than 2 weeks old, this would be a good hobby to do with her. Just don't let her eat any of the paint, okay, Brett? I definitely mixed a different configuration here, so I think I did a few more drops of the gray. That's still too brown. It's better, I think. Just go up the strap and down the other side, which I don't think I did the back side of the other guy. Oh, look at that. I did not. And then I just noticed one little spot of the metallic I did not do just along the front of the orc. Just fix that. Okay, and then I'm going to, I did the, what looks like cloth on the back in the Gravelord Gray. I'm going to do that along the front too, because it looks like it attaches. I'm just going to do this part as well. And in these, we can see that the black and the brown kind of ran together. That's fine. Where's that? And I'm just going to, it looks like there's like two little ropes, maybe. I'm just going to do those in brown. Okay. Metal looks great. Thank you. Just wait until we put the wash over top of it. I have some of the greedy gold from the War Paints metallic. I'm going to use that just again on the coin. I think I've mixed up what I'm doing, but that's okay. On these like coin purses or satchels or whatever we want to call them. Okay, and then we just need to do shoes or boots. Let's do the hardened leather without any mix. So for the belt, we use the hardened leather with the gray to make it a darker. We'll use this hardened leather by itself to make more of like a leather boot shoe type. And then I'm going to go over the metal with the Gravelord Gray, let that dry up, and then that should be good. Guys, which was this one? Make sure it's all dry. Yep. It's going to give it more of a dark look. It's not so shiny. You can get the same effect by using just a black wash or a dark wash if you have. You can see a difference just by adding the dark wash, that it makes it look a lot darker, dingier. I'm just going to do the same thing on this guy as well. Oh, I didn't even do the boots on these guys. Do that quickly as well. Chris says, I like the army painter overall, good value. I was using Citadel contrast, but they may be getting replaced with these speed paints. I like the dropper bottles more than the Citadel pot. I agree. I like the dropper bottles better. You can definitely control how much comes out. It's also easier to get them out. You don't have to scoop out with your brush, or maybe they have some sort of tool to do that. I don't even know. I only own one Citadel pot. But yeah, definitely these are awesome. I definitely like the dropper bottles as well, for sure. They do also, Chris, I'm not sure if you know, but they also come with 2 mixing balls inside as well, so you don't have to purchase those, which helps with mixing them together, so there's no weird consistency or anything. I never used the contrast paints really. I did make my own-ish, so I use like a flow medium and a additive to kind of make my own like inks and stuff. And I did a little bit of experimenting with that, but not too much. So I don't own any of the Citadel contrast paints. But I do really, really love these, and I'm so excited to get more when the mega set comes out. Even if just for me alone, it speeds up my painting time by, looked like, more than half based on the little test that we did midstream. That's worth it enough for me. All right. These guys are going to dry. I'm just going to start doing some finishing touches on the other ones that I have completed. Some eyes and things like that. So let's see. So just going to quickly bring on stream. So these are what we have done so far. Most in the stream today, minus a few that I did in testing. Some orc guys, and we have one of this guy. This probably would have taken me a really long time. I don't even know off the top of my head to say how long. But just to do this amount of minis probably would have taken me like a few weeks. But to know that I've done them in about, let's say 5 hours, this many minis, that's huge for improving my time in painting and getting more games to the table for sure. All right, but we'll throw those back off. I just wanted to show you. And we'll do some just little fine details now on some of these, finish them up. All right, we're gonna work on these guys. This guy already did his teeth very quickly, but I think he needs some eyes. I'm just gonna do just gonna put some matte white. Yeah, because we also put we put the mixing balls in all of our other paints as well, but it's nice to know that you don't have to do that for the speed paints. They already come with that mixed in, which definitely helps mix up the paint. Probably not going to use that anymore. I'm just going to use matte white because I'm going to do some teeth and some eyes and just very, very small details. So again, sorry, this was the War Paints matte white. This is not part of the speed paints. This is separate. This is what I'm using to just do some finishing touches. And let's use the other color I want to use is this War Paint skeleton bone. I'm going to use that just for like the nails, and I don't want them to be white. Right now we're just using those two. All these so I can just do one at a time. Whoop. Just gonna make it so it's a point so I can do these. I'm gonna put a just a white dot for the eye, and we're gonna see that's way too much paint on there. It's gonna I'm gonna see if I want it to be a different color. That's not what I want to do. Try this one. I want one that has like a nice point at the end. I don't think white is what I want to go with. Maybe I need like a, maybe I do like a yellow. Let's try like a yellow eye, or let's try a demonic yellow for the eye. So it stands out more and pops. I think that's better than just the white on this side. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, that's look better. They're shaking while I'm doing that. All right, now I'm just gonna quickly do the teeth, and how I do that will be with the matte white. And I just put a little bit on the brush, and I just kind of go over the teeth super lightly. I can go over multiple times if I need to, but just so that it doesn't glob, I just go very lightly. That's how I do it. My shaky hands. I mess anything up, I can use that Gravelord Gray again to go back over any mistakes, but if I touch the above the teeth. And again, they don't have to be perfect because there's just like dragon teeth inside. You just want to be able to see them, excuse me, when looking. It almost kind of feels like I'm like just dry brushing the teeth on. Bottom on this side, I put a little too much white, but it's fine. It's fine. Definitely table ready. I need to do the base on that one. And then this guy, he is just completely done. He's ready to go. Super chat from Cynthia. Cynthia, thank you so much. Says, thank you for sharing your painting skills and growth with us, Mel. They are amazing and we love to see you. Thank you so, so much. That's so sweet, Cynthia. Thank you, thank you. Aw. Thank you. We have been talking and we will do more paint streams on the channel, so stay tuned. Just gonna fix one quick spot where okay, so he's ready other than base. So we'll do that very quickly. So for basing, what I usually do, if I can find, is this one's probably empty. I need to use this one. I use this Necromancer's Cloak as the base. It's the darkest gray that I have. I could do black, but I don't know. I just do gray for like the darkest gray. Kind of looks like this once done for the base. So it's not black, but it's a dark gray. Sometimes if I do boots or shoes or something in black, it just helps, this gray just helps break that up. So Oh, we'll just put some of this on wet palette. So this one is again the Necromancer's Cloak. Don't need that anymore. And just go around. Sometimes I need to do 2 coats of this, depends. Just try to go as close to the rock as I can so that there's no spots. And just quickly go around the base of this one as well. Okay, those 3 are done. Let's look at these and see if there's any other details. So I'm just gonna fix up this guy's teeth as well. There's just a few spots where the red bleeded down or the brown kind of bleeded up into the teeth, so I'm just fixing that. Okay. Eyes for this guy. For this guy, I feel like they need to be like black. For the warg, Maybe like a very, very dark eye. That's what I'm thinking. So I'm going to try it on one. We'll see. So we have super chat, board game time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Says, these look amazing. You're inspiring me to paint my minis when my zombicide undead or alive comes. Well, that is awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you so, so much. I'm glad I can inspire you to paint your minis. That's awesome. These speed paints that I've been using today have made me start thinking of how I can use them in other games or other games that are kind of on the shelf that I'm like, oh, I think these would work to get this done fast. So thank you very much. So again, we're going to use the matte black, and I'm just going to dot the eyes so it's like a dark eye for these wargs. Oh, I know what I forgot. I forgot to do these little talons, or like the little nails that they have on here. Sorry, let me just fix that up first before I forget. So these are the details that you don't need to do if you're just doing with this. If you're just painting with the speed paints, you can just paint with the speed paints and be done. But you can add to them if you want. Because I would say these minis 100% are table ready. You can just start playing. It just adds a little bit. I'm just gonna take a smaller one. I'm just gonna do the nails. Pretty subtle, but definitely just pops a little more than this side that has no nails done. It does kind of blend into the rock, but that's okay. I just did these. I don't know that I want to put them in the thing right now, so if I can do it by hand like this. Just because I did the bases before I realized I hadn't done this. Sorry, one sec. I just don't want to put these guys into my holders because I just did the bases, not realizing. So. And we're gonna go back to these wargs. We're gonna do the black, matte black inside the eye socket. I'm gonna see if I like that or not. I don't know if you can see that. Trying to go very steady so I don't get it all over. Yeah, I think I like that. Subtle. Okay. I'm gonna do same on these guys. Okay. And last one on this one. Okay. For what I want to do is this one here, which we did the dark dry brush on. I want to do a little bit of dry brush on the log just to change the color of it a little bit. I think I'm gonna, for that one, I think I'm gonna use like maybe I'll use a white dry brush to lighten it. Or I don't want to, because I darken the warg, I want to probably lighten the wood a little bit, maybe so it more looks like this kind of wood on inside. This was just me doing some testing, so again with the matte white, you can use, oh, I still have some actually. We can use, where is it? Just our makeup brush, dry brush. Take a little bit of our white. On a paper towel, it's hard to tell if you have all the paint off. But again, I use my hand to see, as long as I don't see like big white streaks through, then I'm okay. Ultravioletta is asking what is the name of the brand of brushes you use? They keep a lovely point. Thank you. These were just, ouch, whatever on Amazon. So I like to look for a multi-pack on Amazon. I have a few different kinds. So anything that ranges, I like 0, at least, to, if it has 000, even better, to like 3 or 4, something in there. So one that has multi levels for sure. So again, I have like a kind of a mess of just all different brushes. I have different sizes. I think I have a few Army Painter brushes, but again, my cup is like a mix of random brushes, so I don't really have a brand that I use. But if you look on Amazon and you find one that has anything from at least 0, I love 0, to 3 or 4. Some of them go up to like 6 or 7. I think that's what some of these that I have. So then you get into brushes that are like a lot bigger. Yeah, this one's a 7. So just look on Amazon and see whatever kind of packs, like a no-name pack. When I first started, I think I talked about this in the last one. When I first started painting, I didn't know how to take care of brushes. I feel like I actually still don't know how to take care of brushes. I need to still do a lot of research on that. So I did ruin a lot of brushes. So like I have brushes that look like this, where you can see like the bristles are like a mess, and they're all like, it might be hard to tell, but they're all like broken. And that was just from not knowing how to take care of brushes or using the right brush for the right thing. So a pack on Amazon that's like, you know, $6 to $10, which comes with maybe 10 brushes in it, is a good place to start. And you can kind of experiment with the different sizes. I'm just trying to lighten up just a little bit. Again, with the speed paints, you don't need to do this. I'm just looking at things and trying to experiment and see what will happen when I do certain things. Brett's asking, do you all get any kickbacks from the links when we click them in the description? We do not. We do not. We just put in there the things that we use so that you guys know, because I know a lot of people ask, but no, we do not. If we ever did get any kind of kickback, we would 100% let you know. But we do not. Okay, well, change the color enough. Just gave it a little bit of texture. That's good. We'll do a quick base of this one, and then this one's good. And then just go around the side. Brett, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, boom. Here you go then. I'm definitely going to buy this set when it comes out. Brett, thank you so much. You can pre-order this set. This set is pre-orderable on Army Painter's website. Again, it was pre-orderable for $45 US. I don't know if you're in US, Brett. I cannot remember. So it comes out to about $4.50 per bottle, which I believe is significantly cheaper than the Citadel contrast paint, which I believe is like $7-ish a bottle. But Brett, thank you so much, and I hope you like them when they come out. And let me know by sending some pictures in the Discord so I can see. This set is scheduled to come out on the 19th of February. This is the starter set, and the mega set is late March. Need a little bit more of this one. Oh, sorry, Chris asking, is this the starter or the mega? This is the starter. This is the starter set. This is the 10 paints with a brush. Again, if you joined in late, Army Painter did send us this set early. Not being paid for this video. All of my thoughts and everything is all my own. But thank you so much to Army Painter for sending this over so I could practice with it. I could show you guys what it looks like when you excuse me, when you put it on minis and how this speed paint works. So yes, this is the starter set. But I am going to be picking up the mega set, definitely. After actually using these, I will definitely be picking that up when it comes out. But with this starter set, we were able to mix colors together to get additional shades of certain colors, for example, browns, even the greens, mixing in some yellow to the greens. So those 10 shades can go a long way. Some of these may need a second base coat, but just to show you that they're able already. When does the mega set come out? It's late March. I want to say it's the 26th of March is the exact date, but it is definitely late March. It's done, and then these guys just need some base. And this set comes out, this set comes out February 19th, which is very soon. Actually. And this is the last one to base for now. This one will definitely probably need another coat, but once it's dry, but the wrong way. Yeah, I definitely really like the look of these last two orcs. That color definitely turned out much better than the green out of the pot by itself, or out of the dropper by itself. Yeah, I definitely like the look of that. I may try to fix those. I like the look of that. Yeah. So what's that? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 minis so far done from the Spreading War expansion. There's still quite a bit to go, but, and again, I'm a super slow painter. Even with these speed paints, I think over time I will get faster, but definitely still slow with painting these. I hope you get the idea of how it works and how fast you could paint if you're faster than me. But yeah, having this many minis done already in a few hours is definitely going to speed up my painting and get me through some of the boxes of minis that we have on our shelves, which is awesome. Whew. Heather's asking, how many shades does a mega set have? If you think you're going to use, excuse me, a lot, do you think it may be worth? Oh, Rob put the link in for the mega set, which we can bring it up if that's helpful. But also Ultraviolet also has it for you there. Looks like the mega set has 23 paints, 1 speed paint medium, mixing balls, and a brush. Comes out. The mega set comes out March 26th. If I just move some things around here, I can. One sec, so I can get my mouse going. Got a mess over here. And then we can bring it up and look at it again. All right, let's go to. So first, let's look. Go back to the top of this. So this is the one that I'm currently using. This is the starter set. This comes with the 10 paints. Comes out February 19th, $45 US. You can pre-order this now. And it comes with the brush. It comes with the 2 mixing balls in each of the pods. And then the mega set is this one here. So this comes with the 23 paints, the speed paint medium, which I haven't really tested too much adding water to these to see what happens, but they did come up with this speed paint medium to help with thinning down your paints. So that only comes in the mega set. As you can see, it comes with the different shades. So for example, you can see there you have like the 2 yellows. You have more of the goldish yellow and then more of the flat yellow. You have more reds and browns and greens and that you would use. This one comes out later. This one comes out March 26th. I believe you can also pre-order this one. Oh, wrong screen. Yeah, you can. I think you can pre-order this one as well from them. But I definitely am going to be picking this up. But as we saw, I had just the starter set, and we were able to make different shades by mixing different colors. So again, it's up to you because Heather says, do you think it's you're going to use it a lot? Maybe it's worth waiting to get the mega set. That is up to you and your decision. I don't know. Some people may want to start with the starter set and see how it goes, see how they like the paints, how how they flow on the minis. And then they'll decide to upgrade or add to this. I don't know. Again, these are not out and available yet. I don't know if a lot of the hobby stores will sell these individually, so you'll be able to get individual colors. Same as I don't know if they're going to sell the Speedpaint medium as a single by itself. So I don't know if they'll have it on a rack. I would hope so. So in that case, if they do that, you'd be able to just pick up the colors that you're missing. Also, some colors I feel like in any range of paints, blacks, some browns, even grays and white, those kind of paints you use more of, right? So it's nice to be able to pick up a single bottle. So I'm definitely going to pick up this mega set for the variety of shades, and because I have tried with this starter set, I love what they can do, and I know I'm going to go through these. I don't think I'll go through them before March 26th, obviously. I don't paint that much, but I definitely am going to use these going forward for quite a few minis. So I'm definitely going to pick that up. But yeah. Oh, that was fun. Oh, you meant March. No problem. No problem. I know you meant. Oh yeah, and Rob's also saying you can pre-order these from your friendly local game store if they have Army Painter products. Yeah, that's another option if you want to do that. Ultraviolet, as I've been looking between the two sets, my mind is convoluted. Yeah, I guess it depends really if you want it now or later, and your funds. All of that is a huge obstacle. Again, what I've painted so far was just with the starter set, and as you saw today, we were able to get the different shades by mixing some colors together. It'll depend. Yeah, I think that's a tough decision. That's a very tough decision. Just looking at the chat quickly, if there's anything that I missed. If I miss anything and you have any other quick questions before I sign off, then feel free to add them in now. Oh, you're sad since your local game store only carries Game Workshop paint. I'm more interested in the Vallejo and Army Painter paints. I think I would only get some Citadel washes. Yeah, I only have Army Painter washes, so I can't speak to how the other washes work or how they look or the shades. And I only have 4 shades of washes. Washes was a big issue I had of knowing what wash to use with what colors. So these speed paints definitely have helped with that. I don't even need to wash. So that's perfect. Yeah, that's great. Oh, Chris says there's some online stores that carry them, usually at a discount from MSRP. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that's awesome if you can find them at a discount as well. Oh, Janet says, great job. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for watching. They're definitely a fun product to use, and I can't thank Army Painter enough for sending this starter set over to us. I can't even thank you enough. That's awesome. I was so excited. I can't even tell you how excited I was when I saw that these were being released, and I watched a few of their marketing videos for them. My eyes just widened, and I said to Rob, I said, I need these for so many reasons. I'm a slow painter. These have helped with that. Again, with my washing issue, these have helped with that. I'm a new painter. These have helped with that. We have a backlog of games. This is going to help get those games to the table faster, or at least get them painted faster so they can get into the queue to get onto the table faster. So for all of those reasons, I'm super excited. Oh, well, thank you guys so much for watching. I think I'm going to go get some dinner now and stretch. I can't even believe how many we were able to get done. It's funny to think back to even my very first painting stream that I ever did, where I was able to paint like 1 mini in 4 hours. Now we're getting faster, and these paints are definitely helping. So again, thank you so much to Army Painter for sending these over. I was so I couldn't even believe when they said yes. So thank you to Army Painter for sending them over. Again, I did not get paid for this video. And again, for the Spreading War expansion, we did purchase that with our own money. So the minis we purchased with our money, the paints were sent over from Army Painter. the speed paints only. The other paints that you saw, the matte whites and the things that I did the finishing touches with, golds, metallics, all that, we did purchase those with our money. Next paint stream is hopefully going to be sooner than later. We're going to try to do these a little more frequently. Thank you so much for all of the kind words and everything. Helps get me motivated to do this. It's a little nerve-wracking to first be on stream and then to put out a video where it's not even, I don't want to call it a talent, like you're putting yourself out there for people to judge you and your work. So thank you so much for your kind words and helping keep me motivated to do this. So next painting stream will be sooner than later. Stay tuned. Tomorrow we will be back streaming Sword and Sorcery. I don't know the name of the scenario that we're playing, but we'll be playing another scenario of Sword and Sorcery. And next we continue our campaign of Lord of the Rings, the living card game. So really excited for that. If you don't want to miss anything, make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell so you're notified every time we go live. And I want to give a huge, huge, huge thank you to all of the wonderful Patreons. You see their names scrolling on the screen, and the YouTube members for supporting the channel, as well as the amazing people that gave super chats today. Oh my goodness, you guys are so generous. Thank you so much. I really, really, really appreciate that. That will definitely go into getting some more, maybe more brushes. And I think I want to get one more of these handles so I can do 4. So thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys all so much. Just quickly looking. Oh, Bob, thank you so much. Bob says you rock the stream. Thank you, thank you. If I miss any questions, feel free as well to comment in the chat or comment in the comments below if I miss any questions or you have any questions for me, and I will definitely get back to you in the comments. Also, I would be very curious. Let me know in the comments below if you are picking this up. Are you picking up the speed paints, either the mega set or the starter set? I'd be very curious to know. And yeah, from there, we'll see you in the next video. Thank you so much. Bye. Oh. Oh.